All right. So, as I like to say with these things, as long as everything is working the way that it should be working, we are now live. So, hello and welcome to everyone who is watching the Written in Melanin channel, wherever this day may have found you. I'm so glad that you are here. My name is Chelsea, and I write books about black girls who aren't all that nice. And today is Thursday, around 11 o'clock. Not exactly on 11 because whatever, but we are here to be productive, do some writing, and yeah, that's it actually. So, shout out to Ben and La who are here. Yes, you did beat me in the chat today. I ain't even gonna hold you. Cause I am tired. I am actually kind of fatigued, but that's okay because what I'm going to do this year is be consistent. So, it's Thursday. We're gonna be productive. This is my writing day, so we're gonna write. That being said, if you guys are here, please feel free to tap the like button and put in the chat what you're going to be working on today. As for me, I am making my way slowly but surely through Project Necromancer. So pretty sure the title of this video says that I'm going to be working on chapter 6, I believe. 6, 7, 6, something. I don't know. Point is, I finished chapter 6 last night, so I am going to be going through that, editing it this morning, and then we are going to be editing chapter 7 and then writing chapter 8. So my word count goal for today is 2,349 words. So got a ways to go. But I want to make sure that I am actually keeping up with what's happening in the story, if that makes sense. Because I know that sometimes when I write stuff, it's just like, oh, I wrote it, I hit the word count goal, I'm making progress, yay. But then I have to go back and read through it and be like, okay, am I going to keep all of this? Does it work the way that I need it to work for the story before I move on? So that's where I'm at currently. Let's see here. I understand I haven't slept the past 3 days and things are getting interesting. Yo, you need to go to sleep. You need to take some napping sprints. What the world? But no, like, I mean, I get it, but also I hate that for you. But yeah, let me know how you guys are working on. La, are you even going to be able to work if you're that tired? I'm a little concerned for you, love. But yeah. And also our first sprint will begin 10 minutes after the hour. We're going to be sticking with 45-minute sprints because those are what I find to be the most productive, and that's what I need in my life. So let's see here. I've been getting a lot of orders today, so I don't know how much writing I'll be able to do during the sprints, but I am going to do my journal entry for today. Sounds good. I need to do my journal. I'm not going to hold you. I haven't done nothing this morning except for get up, cook, and get over here. And as you can see, I am over here a little bit tardy. So it is what it is. But yeah, I think I even forgot to promote the stream. Oh, crap. I literally did not do any of the things that I normally do. I was literally like, get up, get online, do the writing, do the thing. I checked my, Notion? Y'all see how I'm struggling this morning. I checked my Notion and I updated my story Bible a little bit this morning. I've been tweaking it as I have been like actually using it and adding new things to it. So now I actually have a section where I can, keep track of like, okay, this is what I'm working on, kind of like a mini to-do list for the week, but for my story. That's actually low-key, high-key kind of helpful. So I would probably keep that. And I'm still fine-tuning the template, but I really like it a lot. It's like amazing for my brain. Not gonna lie. Let's see here. Ash is here. Good day. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. I'm gonna do what I can, that's for sure. I'm with Ben, take some power nap sprints. Ash is working on crochet for a bit, then writing. Sounds good. Let's see here. You promoted it. I got the 30-minute notification before you started. You did? Where? When? How did that work? Okay, look at God, because I know I didn't do squat diddly, not this morning. So cool, that works out. Yeah. Yeah. So, y'all, this is going to be a day. I can see it already. Chapter 6. I'm really excited about it because the last couple of chapters that I've been working on have been from the character Carol's perspective, and the things that she is facing right now are very, like, I'll say intense, I'll say. And Nessa has her own things that are going on in, like, her world and her chapters or whatever. And it's so interesting because even though both of them are both kind of like very much out of their element, it's for completely different reasons. And I have been like bombarding La with like random screenshots. So she has been giving me like encouragement, which is much appreciated, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. I feel like this story is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And then Ben has been reading it, so he's been giving me feedback. So I'm like, okay, there's actually a balance here. It's not all in my head. It's not all in my head. So I'm excited. I'm excited for all the things, honestly. But that being said, it is 9 minutes after we're going to do this first sprint, 10 minutes after. So make sure that you have everything that you need to be productive. Make sure you have your water. I personally have my coffee. So slight plug. Why did I make myself small? Here we go. Slight plug. If you want a Melon Library mug, we have them in the shop. Get yourself one. This is a 15-ounce mug, by the way, so it's like actually big enough for a cup of coffee. It's not those little like mini mugs that people be selling. I don't know. This is big enough for like actual writing stuff. So I'm gonna be sipping on that and working on my book. And it is now 10 minutes after, so we're gonna go ahead and get into this first sprint, you guys. So if you've sprinted with me before, you know how this works, but in case you're new here, welcome. I'm going to put 45 minutes on the clock. Chill hop in the background. My timer does not make a sound, so when you hear me talking to you again, it'll be time to come back and let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. But yeah, 45 minutes on the clock, and I will talk to you guys when we come back. Happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. So let's see here. We're gonna have at least a 10-minute break. So as for me, I am working through chapter 6, adding things here and there, deleting things here and there. I am up to 484 words. Mostly just going back and adding descriptions for things that hindsight really do need to be described. Go figure. So working on that, and also just kind of like adding to my story Bible as necessary, but I'm also really enjoying the story. And it's like, I know I say this all the time, but I feel like when you're an author, sometimes you get to a point where you read your stuff so many times that you're just like, oh, I'm sick of it. But as I'm reading through it, it's like, I've read this, I've written it, I have done this in very short succession. And I'm just like, I am still having a lot of fun with this chapter. I think it's interesting. I think it's fun. And I am one of those people where my stories, one of the things that I will probably always have, like, I don't know, but knowing myself and who I am right now, I will probably always have some like fantasy magic system, fantasy gods. And I don't know, I just really enjoy writing the different reactions, because it's just like, how is one supposed to react when they're in the presence of a god, right? And it's It's always fun. It's always fun. And the gods in this world are extremely different from the ones that I wrote into We Are the Origin. Like completely different personalities, completely different completely different type of magic. I feel like, not even feel like, the ones in this world are a lot more fantastical, whereas I feel like the ones in We Are the Origin were just presence, like they were big, you know. But it's interesting. It's interesting. I feel like I'm getting some things done. Also, shout out to Joanne and Jay Monet who came in while we were sprinting. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's see here. Jay Monet said that she is reading Jada's memoir. Let me know how that is. Like, I've heard mixed things about it. And so I've heard that it was good, but also the kind of feedback that I got about it was kind of when it came out and people were like, I am literally sick of hearing this woman talk about her relationship. Just let it be what it is kind of thing. So I'm kind of interested, is it just good, or is it another one of those, like, it's interesting, but also like TMI, you know? I don't know. It's a memoir, so I guess you have to take that with a grain of salt. But yeah. Let's see here. Joanne said that she is on chapter 20 of Project Sugar and Spice, and there's a little bit of drama involved. Ooh, we love drama. We love drama. Let's see here. Ash said, got some coffee and got through 6 rows of this hexy cardigan. Ooh, congrats. I don't know anything about crocheting, but I know that there are rows and that you got to get through them. So, whoop, whoop. Love that for you. Let's see here. La said, did some work orders and got super close to finishing my journal entry. Awesome. Just need like 5 more minutes to finish it. Well, lucky for you, we will be doing another sprint, so you will have your opportunity. Let's see here. Ben said, productive sprint, finally able to move on to the next steps of the project I'm working on. Awesome. Let's see here. Can't wait to read it. Just realized where the last chapter left off from Nessa's perspective. Yeah. And honestly, you guys, like, I know I've talked about this in the differing perspectives, but I guess something that you should know about Project Necromancer is just that it is, the altering points of view are kind of, I don't say different, but they're different in the sense of they're not interacting with each other because they're separated by a millennium. And that's literally like the point of the book, right? 2 necromancers separated by a millennium must face off against each other to determine the fate of their world, right? So it's kind of like writing their chapters alternating, because normally when I do alternating perspectives, it's more like it was with We Are the Origin, where there's Brandy's perspective, but there's also Brandy and Sarah. Good Lord, I'm a little tired. But the thing is, it wasn't like, oh, you get a perspective of Brandy, you get a perspective of Sarah. It's just like whoever's perspective it needed to be in for that chapter of the story to make sense is who you got. But with this book, it's a lot more intentional. And so that has been extremely interesting. I'm not even gonna lie. It's been challenging, but interesting, and I think it's fun. And I feel like I'm finally getting a rhythm and a momentum with it that is making this a lot more enjoyable, because I was legit over here like, oh, I only plotted out through chapter 7, right? Because I was like, I know things are going to change once I start writing it. So I don't want to plot out all the way to the end of the book. I know where this book is going to end, but I was like, I don't want to go all the way to the end with the plot. I want to leave room for flexibility. And so as I was approaching it, I was like, I'm running out of space. What am I going to do next? But then as I started writing, I was like, oh, I know where this is going. I know exactly where this is going. So I am going to, after I hit my word count today, because I'm going to try to hit it this morning, I am going to work on plotting out the next batch of chapters, I guess, so that I can get to where this book needs to end so that I can move on to other projects. So yeah, that was a ramble, but that's why y'all are here, right? Right. Let's see here. Jay Monet said, it's not too much so far. I only just started it. I haven't listened to anyone's thoughts on it because people hate her just to hate her. Fair. I feel like I have mixed opinions of her, mostly because, like, I don't have an opinion of her as an actress, left or right. Like, I didn't really care about her in a different world, and I was never like a huge fan of her to begin with. It was just like, yeah, she does stuff, and like she's married to Will, and they're like power couple, cool. But I was never really like just a huge fan. And then there was the whole incident, right? And I was just kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's a Libra in me, but I was like, I can see both sides of it, because part of it is just like, yeah, I can see where the offense would come in, but the other part of it was just like the aftermath, I guess. Some of the things that she said, specifically the part where she was like, well, I never told him to do that, just didn't sit right with me, because as someone who's married to someone that they genuinely care about and would like past tense people for, it's just kind of like, I don't care what's happening. I don't care how I feel. There is such a thing as united front. And I think that was the thing that kind of tipped me towards being like, I don't know how I feel about this, homie. Like, even if you personally were upset about it, to the people's united front. That's just me. That's how I was raised. But that was the only thing. So I don't have opinions of her left or right. I'm just curious whether her memoir is actually decent or not. Because I know a lot of memoirs, especially when they're audiobooks and they're read by the person who wrote it, they're actually really good. So if you say it's good, I might give it a chance, but who knows? Let's see here. Lost said, you said God, and for some reason I had a brain blast moment of something to add into Lost to My Desires. Don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. Look at you unintentionally helping me connect dots. Hey, that's the beauty of having author friends, because some things are just like, oh, I can, there you go. There you go. Also, Read, Love, Listen is here. Hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well, love. I hope you're thriving this Thursday morning. Let me know how you're doing, what you're working on. Also, Shannon is here. Hello, welcome. Made friends with the like button. I appreciate you. I encourage others to follow your actions. And yeah, let's see here. Joanne said, got 211 words written. Awesome. Love that for you. So cool. Sounds like we are being productive. Read, Love, Listen. Let us know what you are working on. And Shannon, you as well. Are you streaming this morning? Are we dual wielding? Or are you just popping by? Not sure. But yeah, that being said, you guys, it is 5 minutes after. So once this timer goes off, we are actually going to go ahead and jump into the next sprint. If you guys are just joining us, we're doing 45-minute sprints. So please make sure you are doing everything that you need to do to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. So if I haven't said it already, please make sure that you stretch, breathe, drink some water, get some fresh air, do all of the things. So let's see here. I finally figured out how to set up my Scrivener after 3 years. Love that for you. Actually, that's something that me and Tatiana OB were talking about, because she has Scrivener and I have just fallen in love with Notion. So if you guys are part of the Patreon, I am dropping a video soon that's going to be talking about story Bibles. That's going to have the actual template that I set up for myself if you're interested. And Scrivener is, in a lot of ways, I think, like Notion, in the sense of like how you can set things up. Not exactly the same, but there are a lot of similar functions. And so, yeah, I thought it was interesting. I tried Scrivener. My brain did not like it at all. Let's see here. I've written quite a bit already this morning. Now to work on admin stuff. Got you. Good luck on that. Working on my sci fantasy vampire fairy story. Love it. Black vampires. Ugh, love it so much. I'm actually taking the Amazon ads class today with Brian Cohen again, so need today's video and homework. Ooh, let me know how that works out for you. Because I'm interested in like trying to up my marketing game this year. Or my heist. Same with Scrivener. Not for me. Yeah. I have fallen into Notion, but we could talk about that in the next break. Otherwise I will ramble. So if you guys are new here, welcome. If you are not, you already know how this goes. So we got 45 minutes on the clock. Chill, hop in the background. My timer does not make a sound. So when you hear me talking to you again, it will be time to come back and share with the class what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. I am going to go off camera for a bit so that I can take my own advice to stand, stretch, breathe, drink some water. And yeah, I will talk to you guys in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. All right. As for me, I am still making my way through chapter 6. I'm up to 572 words. Most of what I am going through right now is stuff that I had kind of previously touched on before I started writing. So most of it was cleaned up, but now that I have like a fresh set of eyes on it, I'm like, oh, I needed to go back, add in some detail, clean up some things, try to make things as clear as possible, as less confusing, I guess. Because I've talked to Law and my author council about this, but one of the characters has she, they pronouns. And so I'm just trying to make sure that it makes sense because, yeah, kind of switching between them. It makes sense in my head, but there are also multiple characters in the scene, so I want to make sure that it like makes sense and it's not confusing. I don't think it is, but I will know for sure once Ben reads it, because he's like a true fresh set of eyes. But even as I'm reading through this again, I am truly genuinely enjoying this chapter because the gods in this book are hilarious to me, not gonna lie. I am amused, and hopefully other people are amused as well. I also really like their descriptions and the way the main character is experiencing things. I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like it's extremely different from how Brandy kind of experienced things because she was already familiar with it, whereas this character is like brand new. And so it's just like, oh, and it's just kind of like fun. It's fun. But yeah, let me know how you guys did. And also, I'm going to say at the beginning this time, please make sure that you are stretching, breathing, drinking your water, doing what you need to do to take care of yourself. That stuff's really important, especially when you're sitting here for 45 minutes at a time trying to be productive. So I have my water here, been sipping on it. I had some coffee this morning. So yeah, trying to stay hydrated and all that good stuff. Let's see here. Law said, I finished my journal entry, worked on fleshing out that idea you gave me, and then I closed my eyes for 10 minutes because, yeah, fair. Like I said, you need power nap sprints. So I'm glad that you're getting at least some rest. And I'm also glad that the idea I gave you helped. Love being helpful. Love being useful. So cool. And Ben said, slowly but surely being productive. Awesome. So, yeah. That being said, you guys, I'm actually not feeling super chatty today. I don't know. I think my head is just in the game, but I think it's also just because I am slightly tired. But I am, like I said, I'm really excited about this. I kind of want to get through editing this because once I edit this, well, it's not even really editing. It's more like just cleaning it up, adding descriptions where they need to be. And then also something that I'm doing is just like making sure that the descriptions that I put in the story, I'm actually putting in my story Bible and noting where they show up in the story, because learn that from We Are the Origin. It's like, I know I described this one particular aspect of this character, but where in the book did I describe this particular aspect? So adding that specific information into the story Bible, and also just being like, oh, I really enjoy Notion. Because basically the way my story Bible is set up is I have a page for the chapters. It's basically like creating an outline as I'm writing. So once I finish writing a chapter, I just go back and put like the highlights of what happened in like a sentence or two so that I can go back and reference it, and it's color coded by character perspective, right? But what I like about Notion is that you can click on the other pages and open it in a side peek view. So instead of having an entire separate window open, you could just have it open in the same window. And so I was able to like look at the information for the gods as I was writing them, but then also have the chapter outline open. So I could be like, oh, this character had an introduction in this chapter, but I could also write it on their character page. Like, hey, they showed up in this chapter. These are the details that I need to remember. It's just really nice. It's just really nice, and I am enjoying it immensely. So yeah, let's see here. Ash got 4 more rows done and got a snack. Awesome. Love that. Please take care of yourself. Make sure you get things to eat, and congrats on getting 4 more rows done. Let's see here. Law said I might continue to do the eye resting thing for the next sprint. Focus mode is not with me currently, it seems. Yeah, you need some rest. So for sure, get some rest if you can. I support that. Do what you need to do to take care of yourself. Very much in support of that on this channel. And just as your friend, like, get some rest. If you can sleep, get some. Let's see here. Read, Live, Listen said, wrote some notes and figured out some haute couture vampire clothing. Ooh, love that. You know, actually, you should, if you're looking for like outside opinions, you should talk to Amanda about that, because she does a lot of like Pinterest boards and research on that type of thing as well. And she also has like I would say personally, like a good eye for things like that. So if you ever need like an outside opinion, especially when it comes to like vampire things, witchy, vampire, kind of dark fantasy things, Amanda has a really good perspective on that. So I would recommend talking to her if you get a chance. Let's see here. I started baking some cookies that I promised my kids 2 days ago. Hey, at least they're getting them. That's what's up. I honestly would not mind at all if someone wanted to come to my house and bake me some cookies. That would actually be quite lovely. Quite lovely. I would go home and ask my mom, but she's not a baker in that sense, although she might bake me a pie if I asked. She's very much a pie baker, and she's been getting into her baking era now that she's retired. So, yeah. Sweets sound nice. Actually got up and I like cooked this morning to make like food, and I don't normally do that. But Audra, if you guys are in the chat, Audra, my co-host on the Melanin chat, she was talking about how she got up and then she made dinner, and it was like 6 a.m. and I was just like, oh, that makes sense to like do things when you have time and energy. So this morning I got up and I made like this potato and cabbage soup that is actually really good. It's got like chickpeas and mushrooms in it, and it's just like simmering on the stove all day. It's actually really, really good and satisfying and warm. And I don't know, it's been cold outside, so I've been in a very much a soup mood. So kind of hit the spot. But I feel like that would be great with like some cookies or some ice cream or something at the end of the night. But that could just be cravings. I don't know. I think I might just be hungry. I'm trying to do this whole plant-based, more vegan than not thing right now with my life. And it's kind of like I feel so much better when I don't eat a bunch of meat. But also it's such a, how do I put it? It's not a task, but it's like such a learning curve, I'll say, to learn how to like stock your fridge in your house and to make meals that are plant-based, vegan-based or whatever, because everything is kind of centered around convenience. And to do plant-based stuff, it's really like you have to get fresh ingredients, and it's just like that is not as convenient as having something canned and ready to go. And it's also like you have to prep stuff yourself, which is also something that I'm not really good at, because I will forget, or I will make something and then not want it, which also does not solve the problem. So still figuring that out. But one thing that I have learned, cabbage is great. Cabbage, lettuce, stuff like that lasts forever in the fridge. So my slightly ADHD brain that like don't see it, doesn't remember that it exists, it's like, oh great, this is still in here and it's still good. I can still eat it. So that's been game changing. We've had a lot more cabbage in the last day. I didn't know cabbage was as versatile. I think that's another thing, like becoming an adult and like cooking and trying to be healthier, like intentionally healthier. You just kind of learn this, like, oh, there are so many more ways to eat this that are actually good. That's not just put it in a pot and like boil it. Like, it's like, oh, okay, this is kind of tasty. So learning things as an adult is wild, but here we are. Also, Laya is here. Hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're thriving. I hope you're having a good day. Let us know what you are working on. Let's see here. You have ice cream in the freezer. We also have that apple pie we never made. Look at Ben coming through and reminding me that I have actually, past Chelsea, prepared for future Chelsea in this moment. Look at that. So when I hit this word count goal today, that is how I'm celebrating. Actually, I'm going to challenge myself. If I hit 3,000 words today, then I will bake the pie and give myself some ice cream, because I deserve. But yeah. So actually, I got the nice ice cream too, didn't I? I got the gelato ice cream or whatever from Harris Teeter. You know, the expensive stuff. It was on sale, and I was like, oh, I got the raspberry cheesecake ice cream. It's actually pretty good. It was actually really good. I have like half a container in the fridge. So cool. Let's see here. Cookies. I want some, truly. Hi. I'm working on sending out some pitches and proposals for projects. Ooh, that sounds exciting. That being said, you guys, it is now 3 minutes after the hour. I'm going to give us an extra 2 minutes. So 5 minutes after the hour, we're going to get into our next sprint. So please, as a reminder, make sure that you are taking care of yourself, because writing is hard, creating is hard. Your brain needs all the good things. So, that being said, I have my water. Laya, if you're interested in sharing, I would love to know what kind of pitches and proposals you're sending out. I sent some out yesterday, actually, so I'm excited. If you guys don't know, in March, Ash and I are going to be hosting March Madness. We did it last year, and we did it for 2 weeks, depending on how many people we can get to sign up. We're going to try to do it for the whole month of March. And the idea is just to have sprints going basically the entirety of March. So if you want to be productive at basically any time of the day, there will be someone sprinting that you can sprint with. Hopefully it'll be a good experience, because the way I think about it, right, the way this idea came about is the fact that, Camp Nano is in April, which is the second quarter of the year. And then I think there's another one in June or July, which is around the third quarter of the year. And then you have NaNoWriMo in the last quarter of the year, right? And it's just those are super surges of writing energy on the internet. And so I was like, for March Madness, let's just have something in the first quarter of the year where people can meet their goals. So I'm just it'll be fun. We can write, we can sprint, and we can get the year off to a good start by finishing up some projects, right? So Ash and I are hosting. We sent out, like I said, some proposals to a couple of author tubers to see if they would like to join us. Hopefully they'll come back positive. Shannon has already said yes, so whoop whoop. And I'll let you guys know for sure when we have something concrete. But yeah, keep an eye out for that. And it is now 5 minutes after, so if you're just now joining us, welcome. This is our third sprint. So, third one is the last guaranteed one, but we will probably definitely go beyond that. So, y'all know how this works at this point. 45 minutes on the clock. Chill, hop in the background. My timer does not make a noise, so when you hear me talking to you again, it is time to come back and let everyone know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. But yeah. I hope you guys are productive, and happy sprinting, you guys. Ow. All right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. Multitasking. There we go. As for me, I am up to 664 words. I am almost done with this scene, and then once I am, I will go ahead and jump to actually writing chapter 8, because alternating chapters, so the events of chapter 6 are picked up again in chapter 8, so I will go from there. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm at the point where I feel like I have finally actually found my momentum, if that makes sense. So even though I know I still have I don't know, little under 2,000 words left, because I've been editing. Hold on. There we go. Since I've been editing or whatever, I'm like, okay, I feel confident that I can actually get this done. And like I said, this story Bible thing has been game changing for me. So I'm like, okay, I've got it. I know where I'm going, and just being able to, I guess, write down the questions that I'm introducing in this chapter that I know need to be answered in future chapters is also I don't know why I didn't think of doing this before. This is brilliant. That way I don't have to remember to tie up this loose end. I don't know. Writing things down is not a new concept, but I swear every time it works for me, I'm like, oh my God, why have I not been doing this? I have to tell everyone about this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see here. Last said, I closed my eyes. I have slight regrets. I want my bed. You know what? I feel for you, friend. I feel for you. Hopefully you can get some actual good rest tonight. That is the goal. That is the goal. Don't know why the chat's not working on screen. Oh well, I'll figure that out later. That's a problem for future Chelsea. Let's see here. 2.5 more rows done. Awesome. I don't know if I like this color layout though. That sucks. That sucks. maybe you need a break and come back to it with fresh eyes. I swear that is like my solution for everything. It's just like, oh, maybe I just need a break. Maybe I don't need to redo it. Maybe I just need to sleep on it. Maybe I just need to give it a rest. But hopefully it's just that and you don't have to actually redo it. Let's see here. That's it. But also got an order. Whack. At least it should be easy. Yeah, hopefully it is. Hopefully it is. And you don't have to spend too much time on it. And you can continue getting rest and brainstorming and working on the things that actually bring you joy. Let's see here. Laya said, I sent 3 proposals, 2 yoga related things and 1 novel related one. Ooh, super happy to have sent them out. Hopefully they come back well. Hopefully they come back positively in the way you expect. Yeah, I'm all for positive emails this year. Speaking of, you guys, I got invited to this like really cool thing, and I kind of want to tell you guys about it, but I might tell you about it on my next break because I have to tell Ben about it first. That's just kind of how the rule works. But it's kind of like, oh, this is kind of cool. I'm excited about it. So we'll see how that works out. So yeah. Also, I feel like I said I was going to tell you guys about something in the last break, but I don't remember what it was. Should have wrote it down. Look at that. Let's see here. Getting 2024 planned out for writing and pub and getting organized. Ooh, love that. How is your writing going, actually? I haven't been on YouTube as much lately because I have literally been like, I need to get like 3,000 words daily, which has been very time consuming. So I don't know if you've posted another vlog recently, but yeah, let me know. How is that going for you? And getting organized. Awesome. Love that. And also let me know how you're getting organized. I don't know. I have been deep in a rabbit hole of like realizing that plans and organization actually work. And don't ask me why I didn't realize that this was a fact prior to 2024. It's just something that I never put a whole lot of stock into, probably because I am familiar with people being like, I'm going to do this year and like setting resolutions and then not following through. So I was just like, what's the point? But, it's also like actually having a plan and actually setting down goals and being clear about them and not just being like, oh, I want to do this, but like knowing what it requires to accomplish something and then being like, this is how I'm going to do it. I don't know. I feel like that's game changing in such a way that's like obvious, but also like, huh, look at this sliced bread. Amazing. So yeah. Let's see. Ben said, it's not just writing things down. You have to find a way to organize the things you write in a way that works best for you. And it's exactly that. It's exactly that. Because the thing is, I've been writing things down for a very long time, but it's like having it in a way that actually works, in a way that my brain references and can kind of work with is also like, oh, this is the part that I was missing. Because if you guys know, like, and have been on the channel, you know that I was like, oh, I'm very much like, I like OneNote. That's like my writing go-to between that and Dabble, right? The thing is, I still really enjoy OneNote, but I realize that part of the reason why I like Notion a little bit better is just because OneNote is very like linear, like up and down. You can do anything with it, but as far as like formatting it and stuff, it can be a little frustrating. Because it's really meant for like a notebook for you to go like up and down with. And so with Notion, it's just kind of like you can put stuff anywhere. And that is just kind of game changing with like how I like to organize things. And when you resize it, it kind of changes the way it looks appropriately. So it kind of looks the way it needs to whenever I have multiple things up on the screen or whenever I'm on my phone. And I think that's also the reason why some of the stuff that I was looking at when I went down my Notion rabbit hole, when they were like, oh, make it aesthetic. I tried it and I was just like, oh, but this doesn't work the way my brain needs it to work in order to fully work. I don't know if that makes sense, but like there are like little tricks and hacks and stuff that you can do to make like colored dividers or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's cute. Let me try it. I did, but the problem is it doesn't go all the way across the screen and it doesn't keep like even spacing from the edges, like if you use the divider that they have in the program. And I'm just like, oh, I need this. I need this divider. So instead of doing the custom one, I was just like, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to have it be functional. Because I feel like a lot of the aesthetic notions that I see only work with the hacks that they've introduced because they only use it in a particular view, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's like something that I'm missing, because that's also very much a possibility, but it's just one of those things that I was just like, I think I like Notion being functional instead of aesthetic, only because I change my mind so often. So just being able to move things around without having to worry about how it looks has also been game changing for my brain. But yeah, let's see here. I wrote a paragraph and did some more plotting. Awesome. Love that. I need to do more plotting. I will probably do that this afternoon. So if you are going to be in the Discord later, then we might be able to do that at the same time, but I'm not sure. Yes, tell me first. I am. I don't know why it says done. Oh, well, it'd be like that. Was it about March Madness? That was the last thing you talked about last break. Was it about March Madness? I don't know. I honestly don't know. But Ben dropped the link, but I was featured on a website, you guys, talking about the best books about Black girls who aren't all that nice, and I thought it was really cool. So Ben dropped the link. I would love it if you guys would check it out, share it with whoever you want, because there are also some really great books on that list. But yeah. Laya said, I use Notion as well. Yes, Notion is great. I have recently become a Notion girly, but I am deep in this rabbit hole now. I don't see myself giving it up anytime soon, but I said the same thing about TickTick, and I just canceled my subscription to that yesterday because I was like, no, this isn't going to work. So we'll see. We'll see. But Notion has a calendar now. They just released it yesterday. And when I tell y'all the serotonin that flooded my brain when I realized that I could put the stuff on my Notion calendar next to the stuff that are on my Google calendar, bruh, I was like, oh, I can see now. I see everything. It was wild. It was wild. I was like, oh, I love this already. Already. So yeah. I haven't been posting much. I'm in a social media slump. Feel that. But the outlining is going well. Whoop, whoop. Love that. Paused in November, December for the end of the year work, but the last few weeks have been great. I'm using Notion to plan. Awesome. I fully get being in the social media slump because I just posted a TikTok for like the first time in January. Yesterday, where like I sat down and recorded for TikTok. Everything else has been like very, very much for YouTube. So yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. But I also realized that I like creating that kind of content. So I think I just go through rotations of like, oh, I want to create YouTube content. Oh, I want to do TikTok content. Oh, I never want to do Instagram content, but sometimes I get like on my Twitter thing. So there's also that. Yeah. Y'all need to get me to use Discord. I have it and don't really know how to use it well. Look, are you in the Melanin Network, Laya? Because it's a Discord server for Black authors, and you can hit me up for the link. And then me and La are the admin for the Melanin Network, so you can definitely get in writing sprints and chat with us and stuff when I'm not live. So that's an option. And not Ben being like she's deep into Notion now. I am. When I tell y'all everything is on Notion, everything important is on Notion. That's just how it is. But that being said, I have momentum, so we are going to go ahead and get into this next sprint. Y'all already know how this works, so ooh, sorry for clearing my throat in your ear. Apologies, but yeah. I love a link. Cool. Do you follow me on literally any social media? I cannot send it in the chat because it's not for everyone. But do you just hit me up on like Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, and I'll DM it to you. But yeah, 45 minutes on the clock, chill, hop in the background. My timer does not make a sound, so when you hear me talking to you, it's time to come back. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. But yeah, let's get into this, and happy sprinting, you guys. right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. As for me, I am up to 1,104 words. I finished editing chapter 6 as I wanted to, and I started writing chapter 8. So, feeling pretty good about it. I have roughly 1,200 words left before I hit my goal for today. So feeling really good about it. I feel like I made solid progress, but that being said, I still have a ways to go, because even though my goal for today is 2,300 words, I am aiming for at least 3,000. So we'll see how that works out. According to Dabble, I have 51 days left to get this done, and I'm appreciating the momentum that I have with the story right now. So I kind of want to get it done and pour as much into it as possible while I'm feeling motivated, because I know that this feeling does not always last and that it can come and go. So my goal for the rest of the day is to finish up this chapter, get chapter 6 over to Benjamin, and then if I can, depending on how ambitious I'm feeling, I would probably go ahead and try to edit chapter 7 as well, because it is already written. It's a different perspective though, so I want to finish writing chapter 8 before I go back to edit chapter 7, because once I edit chapter 7, I'll need to write chapter 9. So it's a little leapfrog thing that I'm doing, but it's working for me, so no complaints. If you guys are watching this and you're like, oh, Chelsea, if you're going to be productive today, I would like to also be productive with you. I will most likely be productive in one of my Discord servers, the Melanin Network. So if you're a Black author and would like to be productive later, hit me up, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, DM me. I'll send you the link and you can join. Sprints are kind of random in the sense of usually it's me or La who's like, hey, you guys want to write? But yeah. I like it. Let's see here. Ben said, that's awesome, you're making great progress. Thank you. Leia said, thank you, you're welcome. Are you editing as you write? So yes. I am one of those people where I cannot function with a dirty draft 0, like just vomit on the page type thing. That doesn't really work for me, mostly because I don't even know if it's like perfectionist thing, but it's like, I don't know. I have this thing where it's like, if I'm going to do something, I try to do it well the first time, and I know that I'm going to have to go through and do edits to the draft, but I have found that it takes the same amount of time in theory either way, left or right. So like if you do a 0 draft and then you basically have to rewrite the whole thing because of the changes that you're making, that's kind of the same amount of time as being like, okay, I'm gonna write one chapter, give it a day, and then revisit it. Part of the reason I do that though is because I don't like getting to the end and then feeling like I have to do the whole thing again from scratch, because major things are changing. Because with this story alone, if I had done that, the entire story would basically be useless to me, because I've changed so much since the initial iteration of this story. I have basically 4 complete novels worth of words in my drafts where I'm just like, these are basically not usable at this point. So I have to edit as I go to make sure I'm on the right direction. It like just helps me reevaluate where I'm going with the plot. But when I edit, it's not like, oh, let me get everything perfect. It's more like just cleaning it up, adding descriptions, and like making notes for things later. So like in my story Bible or whatever, I have like a running list of notes that's just like, hey, when you get a chance, like go back and make it clear that this character is wearing this outfit. Or, you know, if I put in brackets like, hey, go back and come up with like a name for the system or whatever. Things like that, I leave in there and I'm like, I'll get back to it later. But if there are big things in the story, like, oh, this character needs to be in this scene and they need to like get this piece of information that's going to then inform all of their actions going forward, I'm like, I have to go back and change that. I have to write it in. So that's kind of what I mean. And then also just adding descriptions so that I can be consistent across the book. So I don't know if that makes sense. It just also helps me kind of refresh myself when I go to write it. I feel like it helps me gain momentum when I have a fresh idea of what I've just written because I've read it, right? It takes a while. I'm not gonna pretend like it's a fast process because like I've been streaming since 11? It's 3:00 now almost. And most of this time was spent editing essentially. But the chapter went from like, I don't know, 5,500 words to like almost 62, I want to say. Yes, 6,205 words, which honestly for me is like on par for how long this book is going to be. So I'm not really worried about it being long. Just so you know, this book is going to have long chapters. I hope you guys are here for that. But there are a lot of good things happening in it. According to Ben, you don't really feel that the chapters are long. So that's good. But yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of my process. It works for me. I know that everybody doesn't believe in that, but I don't believe in editing too much. So for me, I'm currently working on a specific chunk of chapters. So I'm specifically working on chapters 6, 7, and 8 right now. Before that, I was working on 5, 6, and 7 because this book in particular has alternating chapters. So when I wrote chapter 5, I wrote chapter 6, and then no, how am I doing this? It's basically leapfrogging essentially, but I wrote chapter 7. There we go. After I wrote chapter 5, I went ahead and wrote chapter 7. Okay, because those two chapters go together. Odd chapters are linked, even chapters are linked. So after I wrote chapter 5, I skipped over chapter 6 and wrote chapter 7. Once I was done with chapter 7, I went back to write chapter 6, but then once I needed a break from that, I edited chapter 5 because a different character's perspective. Once that was done, I sent it off to Ben, finished up chapter 6, and worked on chapter 8. So now that I'm done with chapter 6, I'm working on chapter 8, and in between working on those two things, I will edit chapter 7. So once I send Ben chapter 6 and chapter 7, 8 will be done, etc., etc. I don't know if that makes sense in the way I just explained it, but that's how it was working in my mind. Let's see here. Relive Listen said, I wrote 167 words for chapter 1, whoop whoop. I feel like this would be changed because it doesn't have the pizzazz I want yet. Now that's real. I'm not gonna lie, if I can be honest with you, if I can have a moment of honesty on the stream really quick, part of the reason this book has taken me so long is because I, honest to goodness, did not know how to start the book. I knew what was going to happen. I knew so much about the book, and I was like, this is gonna be fun. I did not know how to start it, and it wasn't until I found like, oh, this is where we're going, did I actually figure it out. And part of the reason that even in odd chapters are the way that they are is because I was like, oh, I need another perspective. And I was like, my writing advice to literally anyone is always start at the part that's most interesting, right? But the thing is, I don't know if this is going to be like my calling card as an author. I like to start with death. Why? I think it's interesting, and I like to give people a warning for what the rest of the book is going to be like. Go into this expecting several people to be past tense, okay? That's just who I am, right? That's just kind of stories I write. But I was like, this, for a particular scene, for a particular character, I was like, this death needs to have meaning. So I was like, I can't start with it because the character hasn't been introduced yet. And I tried several times, and each time Ben and the author council were like, yeah, but it just doesn't hit the way I think you're trying to make it hit. And so ultimately it ended up with me having to create a whole nother character, a whole nother perspective, a whole nother aspect of the story. And I talked about this in my writing update, but it was just like, oh, I had to basically expand the entire world of the story in order to figure out where to start it, because I was trying to start it in a place that wasn't where it needed to be, but I couldn't figure out where to start it because I hadn't created it yet. I don't even know if that makes any sense, but it's a process. It's a process. All that to say that if you feel like you're at a place where it's just like, it's just not what I want it to be, maybe look at your story as a whole and be like, is this the thing where if you were standing in a bookstore and you picked up a book at random and you looked at it, is this the thing that would get you to stand there and keep reading and lose track of time? If it's not, you should probably keep working on it. But that's just me. I also feel like once you get the beginning down, you can go anywhere in the book. Like everything else comes so much easier. I know for me, that's how it worked anyway, for sure. I have to have a beginning. I have to know how the book starts. Because with We Are the Origin too, like the hardest thing about that book was starting it. And I think I've told you guys this. I remember it vividly. I was in the kitchen cooking dinner. I was like, this is it. Ben's going to love it. He had that chair in the kitchen and we were talking. He was reading it and he was like, so I read it. And honestly, Ben does this thing where if he doesn't lead with, oh, this chapter was really good, I know that I did not do what I was supposed to do. He was like, so I read it. And I was like, damn, okay. And so I was like, what's wrong with it? And so after a very, very hurtful conversation, because I really thought I did the thing, ultimately ended up changing the entire beginning of We Are the Origin. But I think it worked out for the best. The prologue, I think, really sets the tone for the entire book. It sets up the gods, it sets up a couple of characters, it sets up the narrative voice, it sets up Brandy and who she is and what she does, and also gives really critical information for the rest of the story. So I think it ultimately worked out the way that it needed to. So yeah. Let's see here. Nice. Good that you found a process that works for you. I need to try making a story Bible because I have seen authors say it helps when you're writing a series. Like, real talk, it does. It does. If you hit me up in the Discord and I will be happy to talk to you about it. Like I said, one of the posts coming up for the Patreon is going to be my template in Notion. If you guys want to use the exact template that I'm using, and it's going to come with a video of me walking you guys through how I'm using my story Bible. So like that for sure is coming. Keep an eye out for it. It's scheduled. But yeah, I'd be happy to help you with it because it's been game changing for me. It's been helping a lot because I'm not a plotter. At least I didn't think I was until this book, and having a story Bible has been really helpful with that. Just simply keeping the information. And I have found that creating the story Bible as you write, for me, works a lot better than creating a story Bible before you start writing. So that's just, again, that's me. That's my process. That's how I find it works. But if it hasn't worked for you in the past, then it might be worth giving a try. So yeah. She writes 2 odds than 2 evens. Thank you, Benjamin. This is, y'all, slide aside. Please marry someone who understands you better than you do, because I did all of that talking and here he comes just being like, oh, this is what she does. She writes 2 odd chapters and 2 even chapters. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly it. So shout out to Ben for understanding what I was trying to say. Beginnings are hard, the worst. Knowing where to start is so hard, and that's really good advice too. Thank you. I try to give good advice. I want you guys to be like, oh, it's worth tuning into Chelsea's streams because we get to be productive and she gives good advice. So yeah. And I'm always like open. So if you guys have my Discord, if you ever have questions and things, I'm always open to talking about writing. And if you like want my time, y'all know that I offer coaching services. So feel free to get into it if that's your thing. But yeah. I have the whole thing in my head, but now that thing starts is blurry. Yeah. Story Bible. That's a good idea. I should start with the drama. I'm still trying to figure out a logical way my 2 main characters meet since one is in space. Yeah, figure that out for sure. But I'm going to tell you this again. I feel like this is something that I figured out, but it's also like sliced bread, Chelsea. Duh. But like seriously, start at the part of the story that you want to write. I feel like that's like the most instinctual thing as a writer, but then we're like, oh, but we have to lead people into it. It's just like, no, throw them into the deep end. That is the fastest way to learn how to swim, because if you walk into it, you have so many chances to like misstep and go back. And it's just like, no, sink or swim, throw them head deep into it. I'm going to tell y'all the first chapter of this book. Yeah. Homegirl is getting humbled real quick, fast in a hurry. Yeah. And it's just like, this is the part where it gets interesting. Did things happen before this? Sure. Are things going to happen after this? Absolutely. But this is the part where you need to pay attention. It's kind of like when you walk in on a movie or something in someone's living room, you want to walk in on something interesting. That's going to get you to sit down on the couch and watch the TV show, right? Or watch the movie. Assume your book is like that. It needs to be at the part where someone who doesn't know anything about what's happening is just going to sit down and tune into the rest of it. That's essentially what your first chapter should be. And y'all, if y'all caught the melanin chat, y'all know how I feel about first chapters that are not good, first lines that are not good. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Save yourself. But yeah, I want a page turner, not a DNF book. I'm super judgy, so I may need to get out of my head a bit. No, that's a good thing. Use it to your favor. Because here's the thing. If you would not read your book, no one else would. You're not being hard on yourself. If you would not read your book, it's a safe bet that your target audience probably wouldn't either. Because a lot of us, with the exception of people who write middle grade or young adults, a lot of us write for the target demographic that we are. We write books that we ourselves would want to read as readers. So if you're looking at your book and you're like, oh, I would probably DNF this after the first page, it's not doing what it needs to do yet. So give yourself some time, give yourself some space, and rewrite it. Writing is rewriting. Like, that's the whole process. That's the whole process. But yeah, Ben said, start out by showing the reader what they are here for. That part. I am one of those people where, if you guys have noticed, if you have watched my videos, you'll notice that I talk fast on my TikToks. I talk fast. I try to shove as much information at you as quickly as possible, because the way my attention span is set up, I'm like, I need to be engaged. I need to be interested. And I take the same approach with books. And that is why I do not like a lot of them. And that's why the ones that I do like, I'm like, y'all need to go read them because it's just like, it starts you at the point that's interesting. It starts you at the point where you're invested. And I feel like a lot of books struggle with that, with the assumption that as a reader, you have time and patience. And I don't feel like that's always the case. Like, just because I have patience doesn't mean I'm willing to give it. And that doesn't mean I want to sit here for 50 pages or 75 pages while you as the author figure out what it is that you're trying to do. No, thank you. No, thank you. Especially when you have time. So that's not to sound negative. That's really meant to be encouraging, because it's like, you have time, you've got this. And I think it's a skill that a lot of people don't have when you can look at your own writing and be like, this needs to be better. There are a lot of people who don't have that skill. So if you have it, like, be warmed knowing that you have a skill that a lot of people lack. So yeah. All that being said, you guys, that was the last sprint, because I have to go do like life things, because running your own business means that the beginning of the year is full of tax things. So got to go handle that. But I will probably be around the Discord later writing. And if not, I will definitely be writing at some point tomorrow. Maybe? What do I have to do tomorrow? Don't give me the line. I'll be writing. I'll be around. So if y'all in the Discord, y'all know I will drop in there and be like, hey, you want to write? So all that being said, thank you guys so much for being here, for being part of my streams. If you haven't gotten my books, feel free to go ahead and do that. There are links in the description box below. If you want any of the Melanin Library merch or any CM Lockhart merch, there is also a link for that in the description box below. And the biggest thing, please consider joining the Patreon. It supports the channel, it supports the Melanin Library. It makes sure that I can continue creating content that you guys like, including the books, the YouTube, the podcast, all the things. So that's it. If you haven't already, go ahead, like, comment, and subscribe. If you're watching this in the future and you have nothing to say, feel free to drop an orange heart in the comments. And that's it. Thank you guys so much for being here. And until next time, I hope your days are lovely and your books are interesting. Bye.